and Oscar on white. Camera 1, Matteo, camera 2, the Sony Oscar.
Jim waits, Tony. Raquelita, tú puedes hacer un favor. En la mesa hay una cinta negra que la puedes desplazar.
Glasses.
Really was. Sí, cuidado con ¿sí?
Second game, boys!
Okay, we're gonna start.
Touchdown.
Excellent, boys!
A little bit wider, Oscar. Wider, Oscar.
More?
Yes.
Connected, connected! Boys! Fire, fire! That's it, boys! Shot!
A little bit wide, much wider.
That's it, boys!
It's too difficult to see.
Shift, boys.
It's all in out.
Okay, Oscar, you need to be wider. Okay, you have the big field.
Wider than this?
Yes.
Okay.
Amazing. So he's asking you to get always the wide. I'll get the close in. He says he's really nice like this and says thank you. And he loves it. So you need to pull out as widely as you can to keep the ball always.
I cannot see the ball. I cannot see the ball. I told my best.
Okay, if you can change the weight balance to 5-4-0-0 in case it's not already there. No, it was not for us. It was not for us.
For me?
It was not for us.
Ah, okay.
Jason, Olifant. Get so and here. Push up. Ah, squeeze. Step. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Check.
Put the kicker in as well if you can. Go wider, Oscar.
Got it. Thank you. More, look more! Okay!
Laki, Clement.
Riley, stay wide! Riley, stay wide! Riley! bralju, bralju.
What are you boys doing now? Pressure, boys, pressure!
Wie is dat, Kieks? Wel leuk, boy. Wie is dat?
Power, silakan tu silakan.
Who's chasing the ball? Hold him up, Jess. He's holding up!
Wait, Yemen. Oi. Where are you going now? Let us almost. Take a photo coming down. Luke, wait up. Luke. Wait.
Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the Abu Dhabi World Schools Festival Rugby Tournament, and we've got a fantastic game in prospect here between the Odyssey and Into Africa, and I'm joined in co-commentary by Mr. Simon Lewis. Morning, Simon, how are you?
Cookie, I'm well, and thank you for inviting me to the box.
No,
Odyssey World
fantastic.
Selects, it's our second game. Lost our first game, but the boys are really pumped.
Very good, and I went through some statistics that you had sent me. You've got boys from 11 countries here.
It's wonderful, isn't it?
So do you want to tell us a little bit about the makeup of Odyssey?
Yeah, look, I mean, we've got 11 nationalities, far-ranging, like Chile, Denmark, New Zealand, Australia, South Africa.
Poland?
Poland as well, yeah. We've got he's not on today, he's got a bit of a hamstring.
Right.
But it plays classic Barbards rugby, that's what the boys enjoy it.
And you've even got somebody from Scotland.
2 from Scotland.
Oh my word.
2 from Scotland.
Good,
yeah, and
good.
both. And just to make it easy, they call themselves Liam.
Good.
Liam Leaper is playing at 9 today. He's kicking off. Not kicking off. He's jumping up and down at the moment, but he's ready to go.
So Odyssey in their black and white high hanging kick here that's fielded by Into Africa, and I've got to make an immediate apology. We've got no names of the Into Africa sports team as they kick the ball deep, and it's fielded there. Jack Saunders,
Harvey Poole on the ball there. Nice kick, straight down the middle.
and big man in the backfield here, number 27 for Into Africa. He's taken some meters there, taken a little bit of bringing down. And they swing the ball out to the left.
Go, guys, come on!
Just keeping the ball in hand here, keeping it tight, now bringing it back the other way. Fly half again to the big man, but some
Big tackle.
real good line speed there from Odyssey. Chasing that, but getting on the outside, floating down that
he's
pass. He absolutely just turned on the afterburners
Wow,
there,
look at that.
Simon.
Yeah.
So Odyssey guilty of shooting out of the line there, and the Into Africa player just slid down.
Wow, he's had speed.
Slid
didn't
down
he?
it. So
Yeah, I look the Odyssey team been together for now, I think, in training just over 9.5 hours, which is wonderful. But they've got a great esprit de corps, and if you notice, they're all wearing their club or school shorts and socks, traditionally.
yeah, good, very, very good to see. But
We
to
need
say,
to do some work on that defence.
got would like to have nailed that defensive situation there, and a good strike from wide out there, but it slipped wide. So Into Africa into a 5-0 lead quite early on in this game, just 2 minutes, and I think the pace down that left flank was fairly ominous.
Well,
he
South Africa have this capability of breeding some tremendous wingers, don't they?
Yeah, I think when he first got the ball, he thought a couple of times about whether to go, and then just decided to drop the hammer.
Wow. Oh, he left that one. So that's a good kick.
So, yeah, a little bit disjointed there from Into Africa, which is an academy side coming out of South Africa. But they now have the feed to this line out.
Stanley Wade calling the shots at number 25 in the middle there.
So the referee making sure that they do have a hooker in the channel, bringing the big man, Grunewald from South Africa. Ends up in the hands of Odyssey there. Some really good work, and one of the Into Africa guys caught on the wrong side there, and referee Amir from Malaysia
Take it quick, boys.
eventually gives it. Stanley Wade taking it quickly. Liam Leaper in that 33
That's our
jersey
Chilean
at
player,
half
number
back.
13, Leon Toro.
Leaper there, up to the big man.
Ethan Simon.
Big Kiwi player.
He's England, Ethan, I think.
So they recycle this ball and bring it to this left-hand side. Ethan Watts, but the ball is lost and it's hammered downfield. Picked up by Harvey Poole there, who flips the ball inside.
Here we go.
Real barbarian stuff here. It's really harem scarum. But Odyssey now all get themselves behind the ball.
Ethan Simon on the ball now.
And the big man again.
You can't do that with a free, surely. Oh.
And eventually Into Africa come up with the steal and get the penalty there.
Interesting law there, isn't it? Because once the scrum half's got his hands on it, he can be played.
Guys, corners, come on! Come on, be alert!
So just measuring this, there's a fairly stiff breeze blowing onto this Into Africa right-hand touchline here, so much easier to kick to this near side of the field, and he's carved off a lot of meters there, probably about 8 meters out from the Odyssey line here.
Yeah.
So coming all the way back for his boot there.
It's Max Ignacio from the Philippines.
He's a large young man retrieving his boot all the way down in the Africa 22 as he makes his way back to the line out there, just coming back into shot. The referee will give him a moment to just replace that boot.
Be on it! Concentrate!
So Into Africa Sports with a throw to this line out.
Oh,
Well, it's gone over the top and it's slipped forward. Nathan Shaw gets onto it, and that's a decent exit. Again, all the way up to the 10-metre line. So slightly overthrown or underlifted in the line out there from Into Africa. And Ethan Short came up the ball at the back of the scrummage, sorry, back of the line out, and really good clearance there. So a much safer ball to the front of the line out. So Into Africa carrying this ball hard into midfield, just about back to halfway now. They keep going the same way, but then they switch it back, and that's a deep kick. Could be a fantastic 50-22, although technically that ball was indeed taken back, I felt, but the officiating team have said that obviously the last contact occurred in the Africa half, and so they get the throw into this line out here. Oh, and just slipped through the hands there, but I think Africa have recovered the ball, and they're now fighting to get it back on their side of the ruck.
Let's go!
As they ship this ball away, and they're ripping it across the field here. Good hands there. Little show and go there. Drawn in 2 or 3 defenders. And they opt to come back this way where all the big fellas are lining up in the middle here. Good defence line here from Odyssey, spread across the field. And this big man, number 55, carries it again. Half back. Oh.
Carry on! Carry on! Carry on! Carry on!
And some mix up there. A knock on as he tried to take that ball. The referees adjudged that
very lenient.
that young Aaron Goddard made a decent attempt to get that ball, but knocked it on in the process. So we get to see this scrummage now. Simon, what do you make of this?
I mean, we're blessed to have AJ Dupree, who's a former South African professional. The boys have been doing well. They've been doing well. So we've got a new setup today. I haven't actually seen them go, but we've got some weight up front. Looks like it's working.
Ethan Short on the loose head side of this Odyssey scrum, a big man up against an equally large unit, number 96. But a little bit of pushing before the ball went in. So fairly evenly matched in terms of size. But we know how the South Africans love a scrummage, Simon.
They really are the masters at it.
That's a solid scrummage, and Ethan Short has decimated his opposite number there.
That's actually Ethan Shaw's on the inside. That's Rowan Groenewald from South Africa, who was doing a wonderful bit of work.
So just waiting for a ball here.
Oh, there's one. There we go.
Big Groenewald here, propping and throwing the ball in at the line out. Great take there from Stanley Wade. And a bit of Route 1 rugby there, setting a platform on the 10 metres line.
Oh, I think that's a bit harsh. Never mind.
But into Africa, over the top of that. It's a solid ball carry there by Halbeck.
Be alert, boys! Be alert!
But the cleaners were not quite quickly enough in to take that, and it looks like the kicking tee is on, Simon.
Ooh,
so 5-0 early on in the game. I think that's maybe showing a level of respect to the Odyssey line out and defence so far in this game.
Yeah, the boys are doing well, aren't they? And look, Inter-Africa have got some speed, and the way they're processing the ball, it's great to see. I saw a chap from Llandovery kick inside his 10-metre line and cross the posts in the first day. So let's see what this chap can do.
So the wind is slightly following them.
Yes, he
and a very good strike there. Takes the score out to 8 points to 0 for Into Africa. So maybe a good decision there to keep the scoreboard ticking, Simon. And Harvey Poole.
Intelligent rugby.
Just
nice
high
little kick.
hanging kick.
And that's the line out to Odyssey,
yeah.
Good chase by Aaron. Goddard putting the
big
pressure on.
number 96 there, playing on the tight head side of the scrummage. Just slightly getting caught out as that ball drifted on the wind there. Cannot stress what a good kick that was from a long way out in this crosswind. Really well struck. So Groenewald's
Stanley Wade takes it. Nicely done.
Fingertips from Wade there. Really good work. And as they clean out over the top of that.
Oh, lovely hands by Chile.
Just picking up this pod. And now Leaper.
Lucky.
And Ethan Short just couldn't bring that in. But Into Africa are judged offside on the blind side of that ruck there. Referee Amir having no truck, really trying to set some early standards in the first part of this first half. So Harvey Poole
I think he kicked that one into Dubai.
has taken the play only just inside the Into Africa 22. So looking for a ball here. Having cleared the perimeter, I think so. Grunewald gets this ball back. Wade has been the target so far, and there he goes again, but a really poor lift from Odyssey, and the Into Africa Academy fans go absolutely wild behind us. But referee Amir gives the penalty to Odyssey, and they've opted for the scrummage.
I think that's a sensible move, Cookie.
So they really need to make something of this. Big Max Ignacio in the second row there, towering above everybody in this scrummage, number 7. Stanley Wade packing in at the 8-man position at the back of the Odyssey scrummage, as Liam Laper looks to feed this ball.
You've got our Chilean representative on the flank here, Leon Torres.
So the ball at Wade's feet as Laper moves this ball, plays it into the backfield. Odyssey pretty well organised here, knowing what's going to go on. Hunter Grouden carries the ball. The ball's actually gone loose, and Odyssey have snaffled it on the floor as Laper pulls it up. And a good tip on, but some good tackling here from the Inter Africa, and they've stolen that ball on the floor. Another boot lost. And Inter Africa push the ball deep. And some good following up and some really good chase there as Odyssey try to free themselves up on this left edge. As they try to free themselves up on the edge there, Simon. Just a slight mistake.
Yeah, Halbach from Denmark, number 21, returning and just getting in the way of the on pass, causing the knock-on. But look, they're getting into it. There's a lot more structure than we had on day one, and a lot more intelligent play, I think. We're starting to think a lot clearer and play some smarter rugby. This Inter-Africa side is well disciplined, well organised.
So another big scrummage from Odyssey, but Into Africa free the ball, and a little chip over the top.
Oh, he's collected it.
Harvey Poole just knocked that one on, but a double knock on there. So as I said, away to our right here on this near side, a very, very vocal set of parents from the Into Africa, which is fantastic to see.
I think both squads have brought some supporters, which is great.
So Into Africa with the feed to the scrummage, absolutely dead centre. And then the 8-man picks it up, drives through the first contact, and he's got rumbling there. Good tackle in the end from Odyssey, but they allowed him to take 10 or 15 metres there. Now they swing this ball out.
Oh.
Number 88 with a really good hit and spin, and he's still on his feet there. Driving forward through the middle here. Back to the number 8. Slight knock on the floor there, but the referee brings it back for offside at a previous ruck. And the kicking tee is on again. So Into Africa absolutely mean business here, Simon.
Yeah, and look, we're playing the midday sun, as they say, mad dogs and Englishmen, and the players have got to conserve their energy as well. So I think this is wise by Intra. Conserve the energy, keep the ball, scoreboard ticking over, and allow the players to recover. Sensible rugby. For Odyssey, I think they just need to be communicating a little bit more in defence to make sure they got man on man. That's successful.
Another really good strike there from Into Africa as they open up an 11-0 lead. As yet, Odyssey haven't really put any consistent pressure on the African team in their 22. But you kind of feel that as the game goes on, Odyssey hopefully will come together. Really high hanging kick from Paul, which is well taken this time. Some good defence there from Odyssey. But another high hanging kick. Well fielded there by Aaron Goddard. Great following up on the chase for the kick as Laper moves that ball away, but he gets scragged in the process.
Stanley Wade on the ball.
Carrying this ball right out to this left edge as Laper gets the ball up to Grunewald. Has a couple of men over the top of him. Plays it straight to the front line there.
Right across the game
Some
line.
really good work in contact there. And the referee has given the penalty, but we've got a young
Chile.
Odyssey player.
Yeah, it's Leonard Torres, our Chilean representative. Sadly, on looking in a bit of pain there. He's been a real character in the squad. Great attitude towards rugby, and thoroughly enjoying the tour. Let's hope he's okay.
So with about 10 minutes to go to half time and this injury here, Odyssey have rung some changes. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about the Odyssey coaching team? You've got some superstars there.
Yeah, we're very lucky actually. Henry Paul, who's obviously famed for New Zealand Rugby League, but also playing, representing England at centre. And the
to be honest, I have been in Hong Kong for nearly 30 years, Simon. I've done 81 days straight at the Hong Kong Sevens, and Henry Paul was part of the team that gave me my greatest day ever, 2002, when England beat Fiji in the final of the Hong Kong Sevens to win it for the first time ever.
yeah, and he's
so the game finished at about 7 p.m. and I was in utter disbelief, and it took me until about 11 p.m. in the bar that night to actually fully take in that England had actually won the Hong Kong Sevens.
Yeah,
so
he's been tremendous with the guys and has a great attitude, and obviously, you know, his coaching experience has been invaluable. And so he's looking after the backs, and we've got AJ LaRue, who is looking after the forwards, and AJ and on the coaching team has been wonderful. We also have Benji John, who's been coaching the girls, and he's the UAE Rugby Federation ladies coach. So some real coaching quality, and it's not just about the rugby skills, Cookie. It's about helping these players as they transition into adult rugby to understand the importance of being good teammates and helping each other on and off the field. Typical Chilean bravery. He's not going to be carried off.
into Africa there, respectfully taking the knee to show respect to the injured player there. So as Toro just limps his way to this left wing, a reminder we're coming back for a penalty to Odyssey. And be very interesting to see what they do here after this long break. looks like they are going to. Originally, I thought they were going to opt for the scrummage. So Poole sporting what looks like a pair of Northampton Saints shorts there.
He's part of their academy.
So there's 2 or 3 boys playing here, one for Harrow and one for Millfield, that are also in that academy at Northampton Saints, one of the powerhouses of English Premiership rugby virtually since the year dot. So new thrower on, has slightly overcooked that one, and although Odyssey did eventually recover, the referees decided that there was a knock on, or the ball had floated forward there.
So we've had some changes. We've got Liam Davis in the front row now, and Freddie Rackets, both Scotland, Wales, and I'm just trying to see the other guy. And we've got Ian Tomlinson at the flank.
So a really good scrummage here from Odyssey, completely pushed them off this ball, but Into Africa have come up with this one, but the referee has brought it back for the scrum penalty.
Oh, let's see if they use their rugby now and go for another one. Yes, they are.
Obviously need to actually do something positive with this. Just winning the scrum penalty is not enough. Be interesting to see whether Owen Newing, this Welsh 8-man, tall and rangy with a headgear on, and Alex Wolfswinkel moves the ball.
Oh!
And a slight knock on there. Referee has adjudged that it was accidental. But the penalty's been given.
Yellow card, I think.
He has eventually gone for the yellow card. I actually do think it was a genuine attempt at.
It's always such a difficult call, isn't it?
Yeah, but it definitely impacted a promising-looking first phase attack from Odyssey. So referee Amir reduces the Inter-Africa squad to 14 men, so a great opportunity for them to attack here, and they go down the blind side. Oh, some good work there, and Poole gets the ball on the inside, and I think that's Jack Saunders.
That's one off the training park.
Really, really exploited the fact that they had the extra man on the blind side there. Really good work. So with about 4.5 minutes to go, they cut the deficit to 5 points to 11. And that would be just the way that Henry Poole would want these Odyssey boys to go into half-time. So Poole...
Cook, if I may, can I do a call-out to the Dubai Hurricanes for providing us a wonderful physio team who's been helping out the girls and boys from netball and the girls 7s and the boys 15s. They've done a tremendous job, and obviously Henry Poole is their head coach. So thank you again to the Dubai Hurricanes.
So Poole measures this kick. That's a really, really good strike, but unfortunately no cigar as the ball drifts wide on this stiffening breeze that we've got coming straight towards us here. So into Africa.
Taking advantage of the wind here. It's a good kick.
And a big thank you to Mr. Simon Sinclair, bringing a much needed coffee to keep me going here. But it looks like that ball has drifted dead, and so all the way back for a scrummage on halfway, which is not what the Inter-Africa pack of forwards would be looking for. So a great opportunity, 2.5 minutes out from half time. They could conceivably just try and run the exact same move. Try and spring Henry Poole and Jack Saunders.
I think Inter has picked up on it because they were lying deep on the last one. I think they've come up a bit more to try and stop that counter move, but let's see.
Good pick up there from Stanley Wade. Arnie's still going.
Oh, he's ripped it.
And Inter-Africa targeted that ball there and forced the knock on. And now big high kick towards this edge. The ball taken back into the 22, so that is a very, very good net gain. Really good burst off the base there by Stanley Wade, and he beat 5 or 6 defenders, but then a bit of a loose carry and had the ball stripped.
Yeah.
So throwing the ball in now, Freddie Rickards.
So we've got a truly international line out there, Cookie. We've got Wales, we've got Scotland, we've got France, we've got New Zealand, we've got England.
All natural rugby foes. And good comment in the chat there from Martin Homburger. Great try. Indeed it was. It was a well-worked team try. As we said, Inter-Africa down to 14 men for 8 minutes. And we've got an injury to one of their backs. And looks like he's slowly going to be making his way to the sideline. So they bring on a replacement. So Rickards with the throw into this line out. Potentially looking for Whiting or Wade, the tall timber in the middle of this line out, as well as Newing. So Whiting rises at the front.
All good rumble.
Oh, and they've got this early rumble on, and it looks to have been collapsed in front of them.
Oh.
But Odyssey sweeping round the corner here. As they look to get this ball. Saunders to Poole. Really good tackle, just meters out. And they've given the penalty away. Some really, really good defence.
That's That's half time.
Please. And at half time, it's 11 points to 5, 1 try apiece. And the only thing separating the team, Simon, is those couple of really, really well struck penalties.
Yeah, and I think that was great play by the Inter-Africa to keep that scoreboard ticking over. I think our Odyssey's now starting to get into the groove. The wind, I think, will play a factor. Knowing HP, I think he's going to be telling the number 10, get it down in that bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah, although obviously this is Festival Rugby, and we can see that Odyssey are playing very, very much in a barbarian style. Yeah. You do want to get the W.
Oh yeah.
So thank you. We'll be back to you after half time. So welcome back from half-time. Some absolutely sterling defence at the end of the first half. Managed to repel and keep Odyssey out. Fantastic try-line tackle there, Simon, by the Inter-Africa boys.
Tremendous stuff, and I think this is going to be an interesting half. Obviously Inter using the wind to make the ball hang on this kickoff.
Yeah, the wind now slightly turning, having said that it's coming onto this touchline. It is definitely at the backs of Odyssey. And as you said, maybe Henry Poole will ask them to use it. But it's always worth remembering that the wind does not score the points itself.
Yep.
Oh, good carry there from Nikora Tawa for Odyssey. Draws the penalty.
I think this is where Harvey Poole will be in his element. He's got a big boot on the bum. Here he comes. He's eyeing it up.
He'll one of the Inter-Africa boys there, just a little bit slow to get to his feet there. Not quite sure if he's taken a bit of a knock there. So Poole opting to kick into the wind on that far side. You can see away in the distance, game going on pitch 2.
RTA versus RTA 2 versus RTA 3, I think, isn't it?
So Tower at the back of this scrummage. One of the larger boys to the right in front of the Odyssey bench there. Wade just tried to bring that ball in, but couldn't quite get it to stick to his mitts. See Henry Poole there, just on the 10 metres line, hands crossed in front of him there. There's Odyssey get another opportunity, but this time Wade doesn't make a mistake. Great slip catch there at fly half, not the greatest half-back pass. Tower, good present of the ball there. And Odyssey just streaming around the corner here with the big fellas.
Liam Davis
into
taking
Africa,
that ball in.
contesting this, and now going back the other way. Wade taken down in a really good chop tackle. Drawing the penalty. And they go quickly here.
Gaspard on the ball from France.
So Newing.
Liam Davis again.
So moving this ball now. Wolfswinkel. Playing it to these one-off runners. Chris Lowrens there. Stanley Wade, good footwork. He makes some good ground, getting Odyssey onto the front foot here. They're steadily taking meters. Lowrens with another good run there. But this time, not quite looking after the ball well enough in attack. Odyssey there was looking promising there.
Yeah,
probably
nice
one of the
phases.
best set of phases that Odyssey have put together in the entire game.
That should give them some confidence. And again, hands off to Inter-Africa for their defence. Huh?
So
Didn't hit the
opting,
touchline. Here we go.
so Jack Saunders, it's a high hanging kick, but doesn't find the grass. Some good footwork into contact there. And the cavalry arrives. But Inter-Africa chose the pick and go and got isolated, and a
Chris
really, really good
He's been
jackal there by Lowrens.
He's been tremendous in training, doing that sort of work. Congratulations to him.
So spurning the opportunity to take the territory Odyssey have opted for the scrummage here. Just in front of us here, we've got Nikora Tower on this tight head side of the scrummage here for Odyssey. Oh, the ball pops out the back.
Ooh.
Wolfswinkel. And just a little bit sloppy under pressure there from Odyssey.
Yeah, I think in this wind as well, they're lying a little bit too shallow, and the shallow passes are not helping. Need to be quicker and sharper. And the players need to give themselves a little bit more time on the ball.
That's a focus issue on those long shots. Yes. So just inside the Odyssey half, absolutely dead centre of the field, Into Africa have a feed at this scrummage. Good offload there. Good step inside by the half-back there. And they got it to that right edge. He gets bundled into touch, but slight knock-on before that. So Odyssey look like they're getting their defence a lot better set. It's hard to believe that ominous start that Into Africa had in the first 2 minutes. It's Odyssey have really worked their way back into the game, but let us not forget they still have a 6-point deficit, down 11 points to 5. This African side with a really good scrummage here.
Pushing too quickly though.
So Wolfswinkel with a quick tap as they look to move this ball to the edge. And Henry Poole just loses it, and Into Africa
all over the place,
stepping backwards, forwards. And Into Africa have recovered this ball well. Oh, and that's a good kick. Looks like he's found some grass there, but it's well marshalled in the end at the back, and Odyssey streaming back to get behind this ball.
Run it back again. Going for the post.
It looks like they're going for the post, and before anybody can do anything, the tee has been sent onto the pitch to make absolutely sure that the option is taken. As we've said, although it's festival rugby, these boys definitely want to get the W. So, number 88.
That's not a...
Oh, in off the posts.
That wasn't an easy kick, although it appeared to be with this wind. So congratulations.
Yeah, so that is a third penalty in a row that Into Africa have stored, and it now extends that lead out to 14 points to 5. So crucially, more than a converted try. So it's going to force Odyssey to play some rugby, but there's fully 21-22 minutes to go in this half, so no need for Odyssey to panic at this stage as Poole kicks off, hanging that ball high.
Oh,
well great take there. And Into Africa come away with it. But the referee judges that they've come in at the side to protect the ball. Big man there from Africa, just looking slightly bemused.
So
the ball placed on the mark, and Harvey Poole.
Difficult kick, this one.
Steps up. He drills it fairly low and hard, but only manages to carve off about 7 or 8 metres there.
It might have been interesting to go for a scrum. What do you reckon, Cookie?
Kind of, well, they've got to they've got to make a strike from the scrummage. They obviously got that one try from the scrummage, but that was when Into Africa were down to 14 men, and they got them short-sided. But this is a good drive from this line out. They've actually shed a lot of Into Africa players, and they've now decided to break away from that. And they're now inside the 22. Good ball there from Sumner. And a great score there from the number 8. Yeah.
He was last year. He was with us last year.
Very good. Well, I've got to say some of the numbers you gave me earlier on, Simon, must have been wrong if that is Tomlinson.
I think I'll help you out here quickly. I think he's got shirts with Pira Sumner, who's now 11.
There we go. That would answer everything.
And
there.
we also had a laundry run, and we got the laundry back this morning, and 2 shirts were missing.
So Paul, crucial kick there, and brings it back to a 2-point game.
Good stuff. This is what Festival Rugby's all about, nice close games.
So Tomlinson with the try, Paul with the conversion. So 2 tries to 1 in favour of Odyssey, but Into Africa holding a slender 2-point lead, courtesy of 3 successful penalty attempts. So Into Africa, that's a wobbly old kick, but Stanley Wade looking for some green grass and looking for some weak shoulders, but I think Into Africa have got over the top of that one.
Oh, well taken.
That's the 2nd or 3rd jackal that this young man has taken, and that is great play. Into Africa.
Oh, nice off-road.
Grabbing that ball.
Was a bit forward, I thought.
Just getting it out to that right edge and making some ground. So it seems like the try has potentially...
No, you can't do that.
In at the side there, so the try seems to have stung Into Africa into life here. And it will be interesting to see whether the kicking tee comes on or not, but no. They're opting to go to the corner. But a really tough to make ground,
difficult
tight angle.
Conditions with the throws as well. Which,
so Into Africa with the throw into this line out. Good take at the front there. They've got the ball into the boot there.
Oh, he's going.
And there's number 31 who has made a couple of turnovers that got the possession back for them. Just burst away there. Some fantastic play. And now they go tight.
No, he's got to go lower.
Really good leg drive there from the Africans as they move to about 6 metres from the Odyssey line. Odyssey haven't had to do too much defence so far this half, and high tackle in there, and now they move the ball and bring it back in field against the grain, running into the heart of the Odyssey defence, and slight knock on the fall there.
No, he's taking it quickly.
So I'm not quite sure. So the referee has given penalty for the high tackle, and they've gone quickly. The big man,
and he scores.
Absolutely straight through there. He got himself so low, and so that extends the lead for Into Africa. 12 points to 19 with the kick to come, and Stanley Wade is just speaking with the referee, Amir. That try courtesy of a fantastic turnover by the Into Africa number 31 when they lost the ball from the kickoff. And successful conversion pops that score back out to 9 points with 15 minutes to go, Simon. So
made a
Odyssey, if they want to have a chance of the win here, they probably need to be the next team to score.
Yes, I think so. They're just not protecting the ball enough to allow the platform to make some processes, and it's an interesting kick.
So yeah, hits the grass and it's bouncing perilously, but Into Africa pick the ball up. And
good exit. Has it gone?
Pragmatically, Wade tries to get onto that ball.
The ball sidestepped him.
But yeah, bit of a googly as it bounced there. And luckily for Wade, he didn't get any part of it, so it will be an Odyssey throw. Just in front of their own bench there. So the hooker there for Odyssey just telling the line out to cool their jets.
Oh, good line out.
Good take from Wade again. He's been the go-to man in the middle of the Odyssey line out.
Harrison Edwards on the ball now. Exciting player from Millfield. Leo Bonner at scrum half now.
So
from Llandovery College.
Great work there and a really sharp pass there.
It's Liam Davis with the shirt change.
So Bonham really speeding up the service here from the base. Really tough to outflank this African side with their pace that they've got. Toa met on the tackle line there.
Tomlinson with the ball.
Tomlinson just stopped a little into the contact there and meant that Into Africa got a really dominant hit there, but the penalty given away at the previous ruck for offside.
Yeah.
So the referee spots the mark. 12.5 minutes to go.
That's for a high tackle. But I
Tackle.
think you were right, Cookie, that Into Africa just creeping in front of the back foot as well. So both sides need to watch that.
So Ethan Watts hammers the ball low and hard into touch. This breeze now turning to be pretty solidly in favour of Odyssey. Double blast on the ref's whistle. So Odyssey with the throw in at this line out. Good take there from Whiting. This big Welshman on the Odyssey side. And Odyssey get the drive on. They break away.
He's isolated, he's not careful.
Need to watch when the Africa 2031 is anywhere near it. So the ball just bobbled in this wide channel. Odyssey really need to look after it. Bottom just waits. Gets everybody organised. He spotted a gap there and he goes sniping through it.
Ref tried to tackle him as well. Got boshed.
Probably a good outcome for Odyssey there.
Yes, I was going to say.
Bonham had run up somewhat of a dark alley there.
We all like to see the refs getting involved. I think this is another move off the park coming from Odyssey if they win the scrum.
So Wade back at 8. Odyssey have actually got 2 men on this blind side. So Wade goes. Bonham draws the man. But poor catching and passing there. And a really good jackal. Really good jackal there by Newing.
Gaspar.
Keep going, pressure, boys. Pressure, come on.
It's one of the shirts that didn't come back. He's now 41, sorry.
Let's get it back.
So into Africa. Under 10 minutes to play in this game now.
Oh, dear, dear.
Odyssey penalised for an early push at scrummage there.
Imagine that ball's going to come in our direction, Cookie.
So into Africa.
Wow.
Yeah. Got around, got a bit of a roundhouse kick on that and really didn't take as much territory as he could have done. So into Africa with a feed to this line out. No jump there from Odyssey, but the referee says not straight. Should give Odyssey another chance.
Great sportsmanship from both packs, realising it's a difficult throw in and they're all accepting it and getting on. Good to see. Stanley Wade there.
So Bonham with the feed here. Oh, good scrummage from the Africans. Bonham gets swamped by the Into Africa back row.
Surely can't do that.
And Odyssey have been absolutely scragged there. It all started with a dominant scrummage from the Into Africa Academy side. They swept onto Bonham. And then with some jiggery-pokery on the floor, managed to come up with the ball and force the...
Jiggery-pokery, yes, absolutely.
I've just seen a severe cold weather warning in Hong Kong has been issued.
Not in Abu Dhabi.
All the way down to 17 degrees. So into Africa.
Oh,
It's given an early lift there. So into Africa go quickly.
well, this guy's got some pace.
And this has really sparked the Into Africa parents and crowd. Off to my right here.
Oh, he's got it. Oh, well tackled, just
Managed to force the
It's Harry Rigdon with the tackle.
forward pass.
A lot of work for Odyssey to do now with how many minutes?
According to the clock, 6 minutes to go.
Yeah.
So a 9-point deficit that Odyssey need to overcome. So it turns out that those 3 penalty kicks that that Into Africa decided to take could be the deciding factor.
Yep. Sensible rugby. player injured.
So the last scrummage from Into Africa Sports was pretty dominant. It was an Odyssey feed. It put Bonham under all sorts of pressure at the base, and he then got swallowed up by the back row and his opposite number. Pretty sure we can expect more of the same here from this African pack. So, better ball from the Africans. Bonham fakes to the right and Wade plays the ball to the left. Oh, got through a gap there.
Intercepted.
Good work from Into Africa here. And they've gone off their feet to seal that one off.
Playing at the wrong end of the park right now. Odyssey, they need to get themselves up there.
They will need a decent touch finder here. Probably needs to go for broke here.
Not quite.
Not really carving off too much distance there, still with about 70 metres to go if they want to score the try, and they've got to come back and do it all again if they want to get the win here.
Taken on a
good
mop up by Liam Davis there,
yeah,
did well, but they've lost
like
the ball again.
Yeah, but he's playing an advantage.
All right.
Referee's signal there looked like he was playing an advantage for a not straight, but it was an Odyssey throw, so obviously must have been a knock on in the line out somewhere. So 2.5 minutes to go. And Into Africa Sports have managed this game very, very well. Scored the opening try inside 2 minutes, and it looked like it was going to be a long day at the office for Odyssey, but Odyssey have played really well in this game, playing an advantage at the scrummage here. And Odyssey need to get moving here. And they do, they tap the ball and run.
Here we go, Barbar's Rugby, I hope. Whoa!
And just getting his foot into it. The African player putting all sorts of pressure, forcing Odyssey back about 10 or 15 metres behind where the original penalty was. So,
no.
And the ball played illegally on the ground. Bonham taps and goes again.
Chris Lawrence with the ball. Good carry.
Solid carry there. Bonham digs in.
No.
And the ball popped over the top, but easily fielded there. And now Into Africa sweeping, getting the return pass there. Really looking after this. Some good footwork. And the referee gives another penalty to Odyssey as they look to probe this left edge.
Good tackle.
Toa with a really good pick up and go there. Back into the Into Africa half.
Whiting.
Oh, and he's got free there. Oh, and they've sprung some people free on this edge.
That's played.
But there is a lot of Into Africa defence there, and they've actually stolen that ball on the floor.
Incoming.
A slice kick, that's a huge net gain for Odyssey there. But with the running clock, we are getting very, very close to the end of the game here, and still 9 points down. But I know Coach Henry Paul and Odyssey would love to finish this game with a try.
Both sides have played some excellent rugby, let's be honest. And as you say, Cookie, Inter Africa have really managed the game very well, kept the scoreboard ticking over. Oh, shame.
Through the fingertips there. This young number 31 for Inter Africa has made some crucial plays.
Ooh.
2 or 3 really good jackals.
Let's call that wrestling.
And Odyssey putting all sorts of pressure on here. Knock on the floor there.
It's probably the last game.
And that is it. Into Africa get the win as their bench comes streaming onto the field to congratulate their players. I think the Odyssey boys can be proud of their efforts. And the only thing separating the team, Simon, were those 3 really
Absolutely.
crucially and well taken penalties in the first half.
Yep, absolutely. And you know, hats off to Inter Africa for that great game management. And lovely to see the players sportingly, you know, really appreciating each other's game.
Yeah, game was played in a tremendously good spirit, and that in large part thanks to the refereeing of Mr. Amir from the Malaysian Rugby Union. Our referees from both Malaysia and South Africa this week here at the Abu Dhabi World Schools Festival. We've got Cup, Open and Trophy tournaments going on at 15s, boys and girls 7s on these fields, and also netball, cricket and hockey also going on. The girls cricket has been good. Ipswich School, all the way from my home county of Suffolk, which has had a few mentions this week so far, Simon.
No kidding.
But we are a tiny little rural county in the east of England, and it's so fantastic to see them so far from home.
And playing some great cricket, I gather, as well. So
Absolutely.
Congratulations to Ipswich School.
Yeah, they've had a couple of good wins over the Emirates Cricket Board side, and but this is truly a fantastic facility. I know you've been to this tournament a number of times, Simon, but this facility here in Abu Dhabi is really providing a phenomenal opportunity for the boys and girls.
And you know, with football being introduced next year, I think it's right in saying, you know, we've already got 700 athletes over here, and we're going to have more next year, which is great. Yeah,
700 boys and girls from 16 different countries, which Odyssey have obviously contributed at least 11 of.
If I may put in a shout for Odyssey, anybody who's interested in signing up for Odyssey, if you go to the World Schools Festival Rugby site, you'll see you can register for Odyssey, tell us what you've done in your rugby, and we'll be delighted to have you on board. It's a great concept, and the players have a great time, both boys and girls.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, Simon, thank you very much for your help in co-commentary. As we've said, a 21 points to 12 win for Into Africa over the Odyssey. Thank you, and we'll be back for the round 3 games in the Cup, where we have Kelston versus Millfield and Westlake versus Portrush from South Africa.
Thank you.
warm, right? Or even less, let me know. Sony, fine, right? I'm 4,800. 4,800.
Good afternoon and welcome from the Abu Dhabi World Schools Festival, and we have a top of the table clash in Group A between Westlake and Paul Roos. So Westlake from the North Shore of Auckland, their headmaster Mr David Ferguson, and they are the North Harbour 1A champions. They've amassed 20 titles and have been the reigning champions since 2016. They beat Rosmini in the final, and they were the 2023 national champs, runners-up to Southland, and they are in fact the reigning champions of the World Schools Festival, a title that they won in beating St Michael's from Ireland, St Michael's College from Ireland, in 2023 in Patana, Italy. So really looking forward to this. A huge, great alumni of former All Blacks, 7s and 15s players, as well as even England international Chandler Cunningham himself. But for me, one of their most famous alumni is the cricket referee of the very, very famous crooked right index finger when he used to give people out, Mr Billy Bowden, and also the bungee jumping legend AJ Hackett, along with Nick Evans, Luke McAllister, who's here coaching this Westlake side here today, Dylan Hunt, Ron Williams, Wayne Pivac, the former Wales and Fiji captain, also an alumni, as we now see this Westlake side slowly making their way with some of the boys wearing their first 15 caps that they have duly won over the years, and some great players. And we are just waiting for Paul Roos Gymnasium to take the field. Originally founded, Paul Roos Gymnasium, in 1866, and originally named the Stellenbosch High School, but was renamed after a famous rector called Paul Roos, who was also a Springbok in his time. Their houses are called Prima and Prima Nova, and they won at the Ruggers Awards in South Africa, School of the Year, Team of the Year, and their coach, or one of their coaches, Cornet Ace, former Sale Shark, in the English Premiership, was Coach of the Year. They have some fairly notable alumni themselves, some 56 Springboks Paul Roos over the years have created, and among them Skulk Brits, Willie LaRue, Stephen Kitsoff, Damien Willemse and Herschel Janschis. So yeah, we're looking at this game, and so far both these teams unbeaten, and on the log Paul Roos have 7 competition points, having got a bonus point win in one of their games, and Westlake with 2 wins are on 6 log points. So it's pretty simple mathematics that Westlake need to win the game. A draw in the game would be good enough for Paul Roos to go through to the final. This competition is a pretty simple one. 2 pools of 4, and on finals day, which is on Saturday, we have 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, 4v4. So this game is all important. Westlake need a pretty solid win, and I think no matter whether Paul Roos get 4 tries and the losing bonus point, they are still behind on points difference. So Westlake with the win will go through no matter what happens. We can actually see the Westlake boys here waiting for Paul Roos, who I'm not quite sure where they are. Westlake lining up, and they will perform their haka. So some of the notable players that we've seen so far, the Westlake front row have been fairly dominant. Alex Va'i and Kaivar Tulamanu have been two big props. Tuatupo in the 6 jersey, he was also at the World Schools Festival last year. He's a Blues under 17, and somebody who ripped Harrow apart the other day was number 8, Travis Finley. He probably gained some 80 or 90 metres carrying the ball. Pretty sharp. At 9 is Lee Henry Gravenstein. He was also here in 2023, the Blues under 17, and New Zealand Maori representative Blake Lidgard running the cutter at 10, and with New Zealand Schools representative JD van der Westhuizen in the number 11 shirt is on the wing, and he was also prominent in their earlier rounds. So the Paul Roos team finally making their way over from the sheds. We're quite a few minutes away, and this is a great shame. Here come the Paul Roos team. They will just about make halfway as Westlake perform their haka. Good to see you, Jerry Twigamala. And also Goofy Nicker. So fantastic haka there from Westlake Boys High School. As they collect their caps on halfway, we are now all set for this round 3 game, which is effectively almost like a semi-final, because the winner goes through to the final. So some players to watch out for in the Paul Roos team. Absolute superstar on Tuesday was number 15, Keenan Stoffels. Scored the opening try and set up the second try, which was all decisive against Harrow. And their other try scorer was number 11. It's part of the Western Province under 18 academy team, 2024, Jordan Steenkamp. So opening up this game, we have Westlake kicking from left to right, so high hanging kick, and Roos field that, and they've held on to possession there, and they're playing it on the blind side. It looks like they could well be setting up for a box kick here. Liam De Silva, that's high hanging ball, and it hits the turf and bounces into touch. So a relatively good exit from Paul Roos there, taking them up to halfway, but Westlake have the feed to this line out. So Jack Mayen throwing in, no contest there from Roos. The ball popped to Mayen and he just fumbles it. So the breeze has picked up from the games this morning, and don't know if that just had a little bit of an effect on them. So these young men, as I said, many, about 6 or 7 of the guys in the Westlake side played last year in Patana. think this half-back is not Liam De Silva, but Janjan Nel. So that's a pretty solid scrummage there. Gert Kemp. And a really solid carry across the middle there. And a deep, deep kick. Finds the grass. It's run into goal. And a deep return there, back to halfway. And Kemp beats the first tackler. And then he still keeps pumping, keeps those legs going to tackle now. And they're up to the 22 as they bring the ball to the left. This is a really bright start from Paul Roers. Westlake barely had their hands on the ball so far. And now Matthew Seymour draws the penalty. And there's Stoffels with those feet. Inside, outside, he's still going. He's a diminutive man, but all pace and power. And he has got the fastest feet, I think, at this Abu Dhabi World Schools Festival this year. So it looks like Seymour is going to have a crack at the post here. So that was a fantastic run from that kick, fielded deep by Gert Kemp. Drove it really hard, carried about 30 metres, but more importantly, he won on 7 or 8 metres post-contact, which set the target for the rest of the Roers forwards as Seymour lines this kick up. First shot at points. And it's a solid kick, and Paul Roers take the lead, 3 points to 0, with about 3.5 minutes gone. So Lidgaard with a deep kick. Van der Westhuizen, little show and go there, and a really strong run there. Evades the first couple of tackles, and so far Roers are playing some really solid football here. Another high hanging box kick, and getting his hands to it there, Thomas Rawiri. And the balls come forward off Rawiri into Tarchan. Roers have opted for the first scrummage of the day. So big, tall lock there for Paul Roers is Manus van Leuven, who's actually from the Netherlands, as Nel feeds this ball under the watchful eye of Gravenstein. It's a good scrummage from Westlake, but Roers move the ball away, and really good contact there from Ian Smith. And Roers kick the ball. It's high and hanging on the wind. Oh, and it's well taken there. And Brody good at the back there in the headgear. Just guilty of not releasing. And it looks like Seymour is going to opt for the posts again. He had a really solid strike. And as we've said, this is very, very much finals football in this game 3. The winners will go through to the first-second playoff, and the losers for the third-fourth game. So Seymour settles over this ball, but the breeze is kind of coming off that far side, so the ball drifts to the left of the uprights. So the score remains at 3-0. We've actually got some ball boys, and we've got a really good crowd on both sides of this pitch, and we've got almost 1,000 watching in. So deep kick, and Kemp again takes the first contact and just keeps powering through, and he's still going, fighting with every ounce of his strength there. Eventually gets the ball to ground, but Kelson have come up with a really crucial turnover there. I think that was Tuitupo over that ball. So Lidgard, and that is a really good touch finder as he puts the ball down to about the 10-metre line. So Jack Mayen now Alex Vai at the tail of the scrum, and Kaiva Tulemano at the front, and that's a really good ball off the top. They push the ball, and this is really the first attacking opportunity that Westlake have had with ball in hand. Gravenstein. And Gravenstein, and Stoffels is onto it, but the referee has adjudged him to have just been poaching offside there. They really do need to watch Stoffels. Just in case you missed it, what I said at the beginning was if Westlake win this game and Rurs score 4 tries and remain within 7, they'll both finish on 9 points. But Westlake would go through with a higher points difference. But effectively, it is a winner-takes-all game. Really good to see, as I said, almost 1,000 people in the chat, and we have this scrummage here just inside the 22. It's good to see Gravenstein putting the ball into this scrummage, and now he moves it away. Big run there from Van der Westhuizen. And now Tulemano drives it close, and they've drawn the penalty. They've drawn the penalty. Sorry. And skipper Lidgard calls for the scrummage. It's a bold move, would have been an easy 3 points, the level scores up, but Westlake want much more than that. So Gravenstein and Finlay there lurking at number 8. And on the blind side they've got Nico Jealous and Thomas Rawiri, but Travis Finlay absolutely stole metres and metres in game 1. So Gravenstein with the feed. Solid scrummage from them. And Gravenstein not quite hitting the mark there. And Lidgard is New Zealand Maoris representative just spills the ball, so we are back to the scrummage, but this time it's a Paul Reurs feed.
Details are to be on the fence where the red team is, and to look back onto the rugby field. Thank you.
So these halves of rugby, 30 minutes long. So we've got about 19 minutes to go to the half as Nell feeds the ball. Very solid scrummage from both sides, and Stoffels deep kick to about the 10-metre line. And Brodie Good waits for his players to come back to him, and he feeds it inside. Nico jealous, and Westlake looking to open this ball up. The Paul Reurs defence line remains pretty solid. On a great ball out the back there to Lidgard. And the ball hit the deck, sweeping through on it were Paul Reurs, but they'd been offside at the ruck, and that was Jordan Steenkamp. And if he had latched onto that one, he would have been gone. So Lidgard, deep kick, and that is a fantastic touch finder. Takes play down to around about 8 or 9 metres outside, or from the Paul Reurs try line here. So Mayen with the throw here. Really good take at the front of the line out, but the referee says that the feed was crooked. So off those early couple of penalties that Paul Reurs have had a crack at Westlake, it's been Westlake putting the territorial pressure on. And there Ian Smith runs hard into contact, takes a good 4 or 5 metres before he's brought down. And some good work there to get the exit up to the 10-metre line. So Reurs playing some really calm rugby under pressure. So Mayen with the throw to this line out. Good take in the middle there, that one nice and straight. Lidgard to Tuitupo and out the back. Lidgard to Brodie Good. He's making some really good progress, but just forward. So they really picked apart the Paul Reurs defence on the wide left flank there. But Brodie Good just drifted that one forward. Slight breeze blowing at his back there. You can maybe hear the wind on the microphone here. It's really quite breezy here in the desert of Abu Dhabi. So yet another scrummage for Paul Reurs. So another solid scrum, and Kemp gives the ball to Nell, and Brodie Good. It's a deep raking kick, but he's only found Stoffels, who immediately sets off that little hitch kick. Goes inside and outside, he's still going, but he's been held up. He's been held up. Brody Good letting Keenan Stoffels know that they'd held him up there. But I can't imagine that that will be the last thing that young Keenan Stoffels has to stay in this game. So Zach Hickman on this loose head side up against Kaiva Tulimanu. As Gravenstein is going to feed this ball. So 17 minutes in and still only the Seymour penalty separating these two sides. That's a huge scrum from Paul Roos getting underneath Westlake. Oh, and a brilliant break up the middle by Van der Westhuizen. Brody Good has to pick the ball up off the floor. So Westlake picked them apart again, but everything broke down. And a really good run there. Coming through offside. Konrad Kogelenberg. So it looks like Blake Lidgard is going to push this ball into the corner. So Westlake playing some really good rugby. Oh, and a good take there at the front of the line out, but it's immediately sacked by Paul Roos. And then Tuitupo bustling through as Gravenstein to Tulimanu. Oh, it's a bullocking run, taking the ball to 5 metres up. Gravenstein looks left and right. Lidgard takes the contact, but there is absolutely no way through there. Lidgard goes to the blind side and he finds Tuitupo. Some really solid defence on the blind side from Paul Roos Gymnasium, and here's Tulimanu again, sent back from where he comes. Lidgard looks inside to Steenkamp. Paul Roos absolutely clinical in the clean out in defence there. And playing with advantage. Some really good work on the floor there by Altus Rabe, Paul Roos captain. So the referee judges that Westlake lifted the player in the tackle there and didn't drop him to the ground safely. So a penalty which Seymour puts into touch almost level with where he kicked it. And Lidgard just finds Gert Kemp, who's winding himself up, and he bounces through the first tackle, steps around the second, as Nell now rips this ball to this blind side. Ruben Vinter there. Matthew Seymour in at half back there as they try to recycle Stoffels. But tackling himself there, and a really good win. Number 13, Ashton Falloon. And it gives Lidgard another opportunity. It's a really deep kick. Down inside the Paul Roos 22. And the Westlake coaching staff are asking for tempo from the Westlake boys. They think that running this big side around is going to help. So big Harry Cornelius in the headgear, number 5. Right in the middle of the line out there. And they get up, Van Leuven tries to get amongst it. So Tuitupo pops up in midfield. So they rip this ball to the right. Good spot tackle there on Jailus. And some really good counter-rucking by Paul Rurs, and they come up with the ball. Westlake are going to have to really resource these rucks if they want to hold it. So Gert Kemp again taking would-be tacklers with him. They try and free this ball. Stoffels stays strong. Some really good footwork here from Steenkamp. And Steenkamp with the score. It's almost a carbon copy of the score that he got against Harrow. They showed him the outside and he absolutely took it. This guy has got so much gas. Stoffels stayed really strong in the tackle as we look at this replay here. All set up from a really good positive drive from Kemp. Nell, they got the ball wide and Stoffels got hit but stayed alive. And then Steenkamp beats the first would-be tackler, then the second, steps inside the third, and then just gasses the fourth and the fifth and gets the try. This is a really good start for Paul Rurs. They've been under some pressure as Seymour hits this. It's a great kick towards the post but falls short, so 8 points to 0 with about 6 minutes to go to half time. So that's a really good counter punch from Paul Rurs. They've been really calm in their own quarter and they worked really hard, and as I said, Stoffels stayed really strong in the contact there and got the ball to Steenkamp, and the ball straight to Steenkamp, who now rips it infield. And again, some good footwork here. Nell scragged in the tackle. That's a really good drive in there by Van Vuren. So they get the ball back and it's been touched in flight and doesn't go in. So Gravenstein to Lidgard. And so Lidgard, a little bit out of sorts today. It's a couple of balls that he hasn't quite brought in. So Gravenstein makes way with about 5 minutes to go to half time. So Van Staden onto the wing and Levi Leith at half-back for Westlake as they now defend this Paul Rurs feed. And that's a good scrummage by Paul Rurs, keeping the ball in. And Nell steps in. And that's good defence there from Westlake. And Nell gets it eventually to Seymour. Oh, that's a good take by Rawiri as he pulls the ball infield to Van der Westhuizen. Oh, and that's a good run there. Gets the ball out of the contact and it's gone backwards and bounced forwards. Oh, that's a solid hit there. Jeremiah Samoa as Levi digs in for this ball. Some better positive carries here, but Rurs really putting the heat on. And there's a knock on there, and Stoffels gets this ball on the outside. He's beaten the first man and the second, and he gets the ball to Steenkamp, who stays strong in the first tackle. about 5 or 6 metres short. And that's a good tackle there by Westlake. But Reurs really putting some heat on here. And Van Leuven with the ball. Stoffels hovering on this blind side. They're doing this inch at a time. There's some real work here from Westlake. Paul Reurs digging this ball out. They're going hard, and Westlake getting underneath everything here, doing everything they can to keep this ball out. This would be, it looks like it's been a turnover, and Westlake come away with the ball. But Westlake make a real mess of the clearance. Oh, and just beyond the outreached arms of Stoffels. As I said, when he got held up and Brodie Good gave him a big roar over the top of him, I said that Stoffels, that wouldn't be the last thing he'd have to say in this game. And he all but set up another try there. He could virtually beat a couple of men in a phone box there, and having set up the try for Steenkamp as well. So at 8 points to 0, just over a minute to go to half time, and it gives Matthew Seymour an opportunity to extend this lead. And he drills it straight through. That is 11 points to 0. Another Seymour penalty. I think the real difference between the sides in this first half has literally been the ferocity at which they've hit their defensive rucks and put Westlake under pressure. Gert Kemp, another great take. He really has had a great first half. Seymour, high hanging kick, well taken by Rawiri. Lidgard pushes the ball deep. His opposite number, Seymour, takes a sliding catch there. He is also a first 11 cricketer at Paul Reurs, and that is it, 11 points to 0. The score would make it seem like it has been all Paul Reurs, but in the middle of that half, Westlake held all of the territorial advantage there, and but they go in 11 points down, and that will give the coaching team headed by Luke McAllister plenty to work on at half. And Stefan Janssen, I'm sure that he will be very, very pleased with the way that his charges, and Cornet Ace will also be very happy with the way that Paul Reurs have gone about their business in this first half. And as we take a look at the crowd here, there is a big crowd on both sides of this pitch. The Open and Trophy games that were played this morning. And Jerry Twiggamala says that Shane Muller, there will be a spray coming from that man. No doubt there will. So we will be back with you after half time. Paul Reurs leading Westlake 11 points to 0. back from half-time. Porteurs with an 11 points to 0 lead over Westlake, the reigning champions of the World Schools Festival, a title that they won last year in Patana, Thailand. But if they want to have a shot at hanging on to their title, they are going to have to overcome 11 points or more in this second half, and they're going to be playing into a relatively stiff breeze as Matthew Seymour gets this second half underway. I'm pretty sure that they'll have had a fairly big rev up at half time as Tuatupo. It's a bullocking run from the big man there, Levi Leith. But just a little bit of miscommunication there and overrunning that ball from Leith. So Nell with the feed. It's on the Westlake 10 metres line. And they move this ball out to the left. And they've come up with a turnover penalty, one of the first ones that they've actually managed to nail, so that's a better start to this second half. So Lidgard pushes the ball deep, but the breeze has kept it in, and Stoffel's big wide kick. So no real damage conceded from that missed touch by Lidgard. And a slight net gain for Westlake. And Jeremiah Samoa with this throw to this line out. Oh, and a good ball off the top by Van Leuven. And a really smart bit of play there, getting the ball back to Nell, the half-back. He's calling them left and right. Ball up to Gerrit van Vuren. They look like they're setting up the crocodile. High hanging kick from Nell. And that's really well taken. Steven Lamprecht. Perfect timing there. Nails his man into touch. And that's a really good high hanging box kick there from Nell. Van Leuven, this enormous Dutchman in the middle of this line out for Porteurs as they get the drive on. And it's in the hands of Barnard at the tail there. Ian Smith drops his shoulder and goes infield there. Great clean out. And here he is, Gert Kemp. Really good offload in the tackle there. And Porteurs really putting some heat on Westlake here. Seymour. That's a really hard unders line there. Back into the heart of the Westlake defence. Kemp steps through the first tackle, and again this back rower has carved off so many post-contact metres. And hooker Leon Barnard there. I think that's Labuskakny. And penalty given away, so Porteurs putting the early heat on Westlake deep in their 22. And it's going to be interesting to see whether they opt to push towards the line out. Yeah, it looks like Seymour is just going to gently peel off the metres required. So they are literally 6 metres out from the Westlake line. So Barnard with his throw. And they go to the back of the line. That's a really good take. And Westlake look to bring it down, and the referee's playing an advantage there. Dragging that down. If you don't immediately sack the catcher, you cannot bring them all down, which they did. And Seymour just pokes that one into touch again, but this time they are probably a metre closer. So a good take at the front of the line out there, and they've got a really good set there. They just need to get it moving. Westlake are on the floor there. And now Poulreuse all come in. They're driving towards the line. It's gone down short. And Westlake hollering. Got to take every victory they can at the moment. Absolutely crucial that they do not let Rouge score first in this second half. So Levi Leith with his feed. Very much in coffin corner, tough to get out here. The breeze has at least turned a little bit onto this near side touch line. So I need to try and get a decent exit. These in goal areas around about 5 to 6 metres deep. So it'll need some really good play off the base of this scrummage to free up the kicker to get a good clean exit away here. It's a really good run off the base there by Tuatupo. Lidgard pushes it deep, but it's into the hands of Stoffels. And yet again he shows his ability to literally turn on a sixpence and go at 90 degrees off both feet. But the referee brings it back for the penalty at the scrummage. So Salmar with a feed to this line out. Good jump at the front there. Ball taken by Arlo Leith. Trying to rip the ball off to Tuatupo, but he stays strong in the contact. Playing hard into this. Hugo Peters with a good carry. Just slipping the ball away in the contact there. Drawing the penalty, so an opportunity for Lidgard to carve some metres off. He's going to go to that far touch line with a breeze hard in his face, but he makes a solid contact and takes play up to halfway. As I said, a large number of these, well, at least 6 or 7 of these Westlake boys won the tournament last year. Oh, the ball was tapped down on the Porteurs side, but Westlake swept through, and Alex Va'i comes away with that, and that's a double penalty. And the referee is going to have a word with the skipper, Rabe, who calls his boys in. Maybe just a few too many penalties. So both skippers having a word with their teams. Matthew Fleming on in that jersey number 28 for Westlake, and Westlake have opted for the scrummage here at the penalty, so trying to draw as many of the Porteurs players in as they possibly can. Steenkamp, Stoffels and Lamprecht, the back three for Porteurs. It's tough to get outside them and in behind them, but that is what they need to do. Falloon brings that ball back. Lidgard, wide ball to Brody Good. Good work in defence by Stoffels. Great chop tackle, and Lamprecht so I think it's safe to say that young Stoffels has so far had the wood on his opposite numbers after they held him up in that tackle and gave him the bird. He's really shown some electric skills. So some big changes for the Westlake side here. Shorten line out. Good take off the top. Travis Pfeiffer at 10 now for Porteurs. Van Leuven, this big man who's chopped down a big pod set up, and this is some really good heat coming from this close defensive line of Westlake here. But it looks like Nell is setting up. That's a hanging box kick. Oh, and a big knock on there. And Gravenstein hacks the ball into touch, but he's ahead of the knock on. And so that will give Travis Pfeiffer, Western Province under 16 player, the opportunity to push the ball. Probably some 7 or 8 metres shy of the Westlake line. So with about 14 minutes gone in this second half, still no score in the second half, so 11 points to 0. But a good take at the line out there. Porteurs have got this in the boot, but Westlake are really putting them under pressure. Skipper Rabe comes to the blind side. Westlake looking to get their hands over the top of it. Porteurs have recovered the ball. Big drive, and they're just going one-off runners. Rabe recycling himself there. And now they come wide. The ball ends up in the hands of Stoffels, who just dinks the ball through, and it sent everybody chasing back. And goal line dropout for Westlake. So Lidgard. And it ends up in the hands of Keenan Stoffels, who gets the ball up to Kemp, who sets off across the field and then straightens. The ball's knocked on in the tackle there, and it's ended up in the hands of Lamprecht there. Nell at halfback gets it up to Kemp, who again evades the first tackle. Gravenstein has a look for it. So the referee has picked up on that knock on in the tackle. They've come back from a scrummage, so we move into the final quarter of this game. Still 11 points to nil, the South African side over the New Zealand side from Westlake Boys High, the reigning champions of the World Schools Festival. They've got a lot of work to do if they want to be able to contest the final, to go back-to-back winners. Good scrummage from Westlake. But the referee says that that scrummaging has been done illegally, and Tulimanu in on the angle. Travis Pfeiffer. This is a pretty tough kick in this wind. The breeze is coming hard from left to right as we look at this. It's very, very slightly favouring him, but you've got to figure he's going to have to start this very wide out left of the posts if it's going to come back in on the breeze. And he's hit it a bit too straight, so the score remains at 11 points to nil with some 30 minutes to go. Oh, it's a good take. Met with a solid tackle there from Travis Finley, and that solid tackle chops the man down. And Lidgard puts the ball into touch. So getting themselves into the Porter's half for the first time in a very long while. Oh, and a good take off the top there by Butler. Oh, through the contact there. High tackle. Referee playing advantage. Westlake need to use this ball now. Gravenstein looks, pops the ball up. That's another good drive there. So they come back for the penalty. So some discussion there. Lidgard wanting to know whether to go for the meters or take the scrummage, and they've opted to play down to the scrummage. So Jack Nayan back on at hooker. The ball held up, getting dangerously close to the touchline there. Good to see the RTA coaching team just in front of the commentary box there. Gravenstein to Tulimanu. He's taken 3, 4, 5 metres, but got isolated. And Konrad Kogelenberg over that ball. That's a high hanging kick. Caught well in two hands by one of the Western Province netball coaches. Rather strong looking man, so a very, very decent crowd in here. So great ball off the top there. Nell rips it out. Oh, and he pulls that ball back in from behind him. Really, really good work. Alex Vai fighting hard there, but eventually went off his feet. Pulrers there. Kogelenberg, really strong run. So just dropping the ball in behind Westlake, but the referee comes back. So Travis Pfeiffer, as we move into the last 10 minutes, still been no score. It's become a real arm wrestle the second half of this game. Most of the game has been played in the Westlake half. As we've said, there's a breeze that's blowing onto this near side touchline, which is why most of the players been over here. As Nell makes his way off at half-back there on this side and is replaced by Liam De Silva. On another really good solid take off the top and a switch drive there, but they pass the ball back and that's obstruction, so Lidgard has the ball. Westlake move it. You feel that Westlake have got to go from deep here. Brody Good chips the ball ahead. But the referee has brought this back. Some infringement. So offside. Good ball off the top there by Peters. Gravenstein taps quickly and goes. Alex Vai knocks the ball on in the contact, but not 10 metres, so they get another opportunity. So Gravenstein goes again, ball to Tuitupo. Good solid tackle. They lay the ball back, so Gravenstein, Lidgard. Porter's defence has not been dented yet though. And another penalty. And they've gone quickly there. And the referee crucially awards a penalty try. Not 10 as they went to go quickly. So that has suddenly tightened this game up beyond all measure. 11 points to 7. Porteurs. And that is virtually the first solid entry that Westlake have made to the Paul Roers 22 in this second half. Penalty try, 11 points to 7 with about 5 minutes to play. So that's a great take and run by Tuitupu as Gravenstein gets the ball up to Lidgard, who is knocked backwards in that tackle. And the ball's gone loose. So with 4 minutes to go, this game has really, really tightened up. Westlake 4 points behind. No opportunity to kick a penalty. They need the try. And that's Roers off the top. Liam De Silva bravely mops that up. And a small knock on the floor. So for the first time in the game, Westlake are finally coming to life. So Westlake, they are the North Harbour 1A champions and have been since 2016. But this is some really stiff international competition that they are up against. But they've got this scrummage here. But the penalty goes to Paul Roers. Crucial decision there from the referee. So 2.5 minutes to go. Travis Pfeiffer has this penalty. You really want to bang this one into touch, and it looks like he's shaped to kick it onto this near side touch line, but he's gone down the other side, and that is a tremendous line kick in this wind. As I've said, this wind is swirling around, and at the moment it is blowing more at the backs of Paul Roers, but that is a tremendous kick onto that far touch line. It's taken play to just outside the 22. You can actually hear the wind on the microphones there. Barnard, Ruben Winter there in the headgear. Great tackle, some great counter rucking here. It's some real desperation. Tuitupu gets his hands free, but then goes again. Levi Leith, big calls of offside, but they're playing and they've got some green grass here. Van der Vestes and this New Zealand Schools, 11, but the ball has slipped forward. And some desperate tackling back here by Paul Roers. And the clock is ticking down. So Liam De Silva, there's only about 30 seconds to go on the running clock here. Big scrum, and that is a huge kick. that hits the turf, and it nutmegs Brody Good. And the AR crucially marks it inside the 22, so that is a 50-22. That was a huge kick by Travis Pfeiffer, and is that the final nail in the coffin? Westlake are going to have to win this against the throw and go fully 80 metres. So the throw there on it. There's the first part. Arlo Leith with a great take up into the hands of Tuitupo, who's had a fantastic game in the back row. You feel that Westlake have got to keep this ball in hand now. They've got it to Brody Good. Charge down, but it's ended up in the hands of Blake Lidgard. And Westlake resource that ruck. And another good solid drive there from Westlake. But holding on, and that brings a penalty. And Travis Pfeiffer puts the ball into touch, and a gripping game of schoolboy rugby there. Paul Ruhr's Gymnasium coming out winners, 11 points to 7 over Westlake Boys High. And so Westlake's reign at the top of the Abu Dhabi Schools Festival comes to an end. They will be playing in the 3rd, 4th place playoff, but not to have their heads bowed there at all. That was an absolute arm wrestle of a game of schoolboy rugby, but there can only be one winner, and today that was Paul Ruhr's Gymnasium from South Africa. We will be back in around about 15 minutes for the second game on pitch 1, which will be between Kelston Boys High School and Millfield School from England. Here we are for Cup game number 2 here on the pitch 1 as Kelston come out in their familiar red tops. Kelston Boys High are taking on Millfield School, and leading the hacker is Kalani Mulavai, and you can see on the ground between the two sides is a Millfield number 10 jersey, and that is to represent Cian Kennedy, a former Millfield alumni who sadly passed away. He was himself a Kiwi, so a mark of respect for Cian Kennedy. Rest in peace. So a fantastic haka there performed by Kelston Boys, and accepting that challenge, Millfield. The first time that we got to see them here on pitch 1. Millfield School, one of the premier sporting schools in the UK. Headmaster Gavin Horgan. The school was founded in 1935 and has got many notable alumni. JPR Williams, Gareth Edwards, who's now the rugby president of the school, Mary Rand, the Olympic gold medalist, Mako Vunipola, Chris Robshaw, Adam Hastings, and an absolute multitude of swimmers, cyclists and track athletes. And from my own home of Hong Kong, Max and Joe Denmark and Matt Rickard as well. So coached by John Mallett, former Bath and England player. So an early take there for Charles Heffron, who is the Millfield captain. Millfield playing from right to left, and early honours to Kelston as the pressure forces a slight fumble and a knock on at the base there. So first scrummage, Io Keith after Tulimano Vainga. Io Keith again putting some early pressure on. Millfield scrag it to the ground. Kelston go tight, running straight into Cody Purnell. Playing with advantage here as Io Keith goes again. Kelston looking to put some pressure on, claiming the scrummage, but it's no try, but it is a penalty, well, unless he's coming over to the touch judge. So they are conferring. It's going to be interesting to see what happens here. Looks like he's going to be talking to Millfield. And so that is an early try for Kelston. 5 points to 0 if we just watch this replay here. There's a pick up there from Io Keith. And then burrowing over. Sam Clark, the halfback, adding his weight there. So 5 points to 0. Early on, and Tyson Parsons with his left-footed kick. as I said, there's a pretty strong breeze blowing in from that, but that's absolutely down the middle and well struck. So early conversion from Parsons adds the extras, 7 points to 0 with barely 3 minutes on the clock. So looking for a ball here. Connor Donahue has come all the way from the Millfield Prep School. But Ben Morrow is part of the Saracens Academy and also an England under-18 representative. High and hanging, but it's drifted out on the breeze, so absolutely the last thing that Millfield wanted to be doing after conceding an early score, and that's going back for a scrummage on halfway. So this Kelston boys high. Barlinai, Kasakasa, Stowers and Litoa up against Moore, Ricks and Purnell. Purnell, the tight head, is a Wales under-18. He's a big man. We see Sid Moore. So Sam Clark with the feed, and Cooper Namutu works hard through the contact there, and Io Keith brushes off the first tackler, tries to bounce the second, and he's still going. Takes 3 or 4 people with him, but the ball's gone forward on the ground. So Io Keith has been a handful in the previous 2 games, and again proved to be the same there. But he's lost the ball on the floor there, and he's pretty dirty with himself. So Ellis James, who is actually the English national champion trampolinist in the UK, so testament to the multi-sports nature of Millfield School as they carry this ball up. Morrow making some good ground there. James rips that ball. The referee looks like he's got them offside in the middle there. So a decent carry there from fullback Ben Morrow. Fantastic to see the lovely comments in the chat. So Lewis Ricks with this throw. But there's a balk there, so a free kick to Kelston. Thank you, 5 Dub. So that scrum goes down. Referee calls for a reset. So taking an age to set this scrummage. Sam Clark gets the ball at Keith's feet. And that is a big carry, but lost forward. And now Millfield look to turn attack into defence. Evan Morris does well as he scrags himself forward there. Bowler. No release from the tackler there. It's a really strong carry from Bowler Luar. Millfield trying to move this ball left and right, keep the ball alive. Working really hard in the contact there. Ellis James. And mix up there between Cody Purnell. As I said, he's a big young man. Bath Academy, Wales under 18. So again, it's taken a reasonable time to get these scrummages down. So Clark with the feed, almost dead centre of the field. It's a good scrummage from Millfield, but the ball is back to Parsons. Really deep kick on the wind there, but it's well fielded in the end. Some decent footwork, but Kelson sweeping forward onto this, trying to counter ruck. And now Millfield trying to get the ball across the field. But a big setup. It's a pretty combative game here so far. And immediately Millfield opt to run it. Oh, that's a good hang ball there, and Ellis James gets the ball to Flanell. And a really good tackle there in the wide channel. And some good counter-rucking there. But the referee decides that Kelson have come in at the side. So it's interesting to see that Millfield opted to run that penalty, but Kelston come away with this ball. That's a really good run by Olatoa IE, and Kelston get the scrummage, oh sorry, get the penalty there. Not rolling away in the tackle. Number 12 there, Bowler Luau. He's been a constant threat in all of the games he's played so far. He interchanges, plays in the line out and in the midfield. Multi-talented young man. And Twimalo Vainga at 10. Good take in the air by Sess Keith there, brother of number 8, Io Keith. So Kelston with a throw here. And the ball to Bowler at the front. I think that second pass was forward. But that's a real training ground move that nearly sprung them way down that left edge. So Ellis James at 9 and Connor Donoghue at 10 for Millfield. They've actually been playing together at halfback since year 3. And James cheekily tries to take the tap from where the mark of the scrummage was and not behind it. So they come all the way back. And Donoghue, in fact Ben Morrow, the fullback, pushes the ball, and against the wind there can only gain about 10 metres. Great take there by Yeasby. He's a man I'm told loves a good line out, and that was certainly a good line out. Trying to get the ball out to the wide edge, but Kelston sweeping forward and forcing Millfield back. But eventually in at the side, and Ellis James, this crackerjack 9, is looking to go early. Really wants to give it a go. And eventually they have to opt to push the ball into touch. Oh, and a good ball off the top there from Yeasby. And that's a really solid carry there. Oh, good pick up. Morrow gets the ball to the wide outside. Good tackle by Fretton. We haven't seen him with the ball in hand yet. Has been absolutely dangerous all of the games so far, Fretton. But the referee calling over skipper Tuimalo Vainga. The referees have been told to make sure that they keep the tackle heights down. So big warning there from the referee. So Ben Morrow. It's a pretty decent kick. Takes play down to just outside the Kelston 22. So Lewis Ricks, the Millfield hooker, the man voted with the most chat in the Millfield side. And Yeasby rises at the tail of the line out, and virtually nobody joined in there. And as they pushed the ball back, and it wasn't in the hands of the front man, it was technically obstruction. So that was some real good heads up defensive play there from Kelston boys. i.e. calling the referee there. So that's another solid scrummage as I.E. O'Keefe comes away with it, and he's just brushing off would-be tacklers. Gets the ball into the hands of Lamana. And now they swing it back across the field. Nathan Auld with a good carry there. Oh, and a great run here from IE, and he misses the ball, and Fennell gets his hands on it. And as they push that really deep Tulimana Vainga is the last man, and he pumps this ball, and it's infield. And Ben Morrow here now drills the ball all the way along the ground, but that's well fielded by his opposite number, Parsons, who slipped the first 2 or 3 tackles, and he's still going, showing the ball on the inside, and it's shelled by Pat Alihi. Absolutely phenomenal run there by Tyson Parsons. He's with the Blues under-18s academy. But that run was set off by Ayo Keith, again just brushing off would-be tacklers and getting his hands free. So this Millfield scrummage has been pretty strong so far. James with the feed. And it looks like they've got the penalty. The ball's chipped ahead, but it's into the hands of Tyson Parsons. But the referee has taken it back for the penalty advantage at the scrummage. So 7 points to 0 with 20 minutes gone. So this breeze blowing slightly from the left, but onto this near side touchline as Millfield throw the ball in. Great take off the top by Alex Yeasby.
Come on, guys!
Ball into the hands of Evan Morris. Who just loses the ball in contact there. Having got to the outside there. So Stowers. So interestingly, Kelston opting to avoid the scrummage and going for the line out. Keith rises, good ball off the top down to Clark. They're moving this ball really freely in their hands here. Lamana making good ground down that left flank. And they go back down that blind side. Parsons gets the ball to Lamana. Good tap tackle there. And Tulimana Vainga as Millfield sweep onto this. And the forward front row in concert there. Evan Morris carries it back in field looking for his support. Cooper Namutu having a real good crack at that ball, and Millfield have lost that, and now sweeping forward Tulimana Vainga, and they get the ball into the hands of Satali Fretton. Millfield will want to be sharp in taking him down. He's beaten so many defenders so far this week, and now sweeping across, going from right to left. Barley Nye Kasakasa, a good offload there, and the ball just lost in contact there. Kelston guilty a couple of times of carving Millfield apart, but just shelling the final pass. So both sides playing with a lot of ambition here. But Kelston so far 7 points to 0 in the lead and have probably had much the better of this first 23 minutes. So James feeds this scrummage. Just about 5 metres off their own line, and James goes quickly again. And Millfield again looking to get the ball wide. Fretton with a really good tackle. Morrow clears that ball. Number 8, Matt Bowler. James to Donahue to Morrow. Steps inside. There's absolutely no space there, and Cody Purnell again, loose hands there. Really need to focus on his scrummaging skills. And the referee now having a word with skipper Tulimano Vainga and Cooper Namutu. And he takes out the yellow card for Namutu. So that'll be 8 minutes in the bin. So the rest of this first half and 2 minutes into the second half. Tip tackle. Must have been a call coming in from the AR. So you feel that Millfield really do have to try and take advantage. And Nathan Auld, this big number 4 for Kelston Boys, is leaving the field. Looks like he's struggling a little bit, and Millfield call the scrummage in. So John Pooper is on at tight head for Kelston. James with the feed. And they go to the right hand side, ball in the hands of Morrow. Little hitch kick there. They've made a few metres in contact there, and another penalty, not releasing, and James goes quickly again. There's a series of penalties, and James is absolute live wire. James trying to steal every time, trying to steal metres with these quick tap and goes. A really good take there from Seth Keith. Tyson Parsons gets the ball in the backfield. Oh. And the ball there, Joseph Patalihi put the ball in behind Fretton. We've barely seen him on the ball, and he's been so dangerous. And Millfield guilty of just going over the top there. As Jamie Gregory stepped over and picked the ball up, but the infringement had already happened. And Kalani Mulavai is also on, as Ben Morrow does his best to try and hold that ball in. So 2.5 minutes to go. Still 7 points to 0. Stowers with this throw. Good take at the front there from Baulalua. They've got this well set up, and Stowers breaks away. He's a little bit isolated, but Millfield don't stay on their feet, and this is how Kelston boys scored their first try. Working hard to get out. Io Keith powering away, stays on his feet. And they just managed to pull this ball back. And again, Millfield getting all their bodies under this ball. So the referee brings it back for a penalty. Must have been at the original line out. He's saying Yeesby had maybe played somebody on the air at the line out. So Kelston with the penalty. And they're holding the ball here. Millfield skipper Charles Heffron. Alice James, the Millfield halfback, just helping the touch judge out there with marking the line out, just in case there was any so Stowers looking for a ball. Sorry, but having to double up in commentary and get the ball to the field there. So still, Yeesby gets up. Joseph Patalihi goes bursting through there. Not held in the tackle, and that is try number 2 for Joseph Patalihi. And that was right in the shadows of half time. And that is a hammer blow for Millfield. They had Kelston down to 14 men, and it looks like that will be half time. Patalihi, just a bullocking run there as he went through. So Parsons, almost identical place that he took the first conversion from. Really good strike, and he's brought it round on the wind. But it's off the crossbar, so that is half time, and it's 12 points to 0. So 2 forward base tries for Kelston. Millfield have had the upper hand in the scrummage, but probably in the close contact areas it's been Kelston, and they are good for their 12 points to 0 lead at half time. So, after a short break there at half time, focus there, it's the Kelston boys. Team there, Matt Howling will be certainly reading the riot act to his boys as we there look at Kelston. And Scotty Keith in the background with the water carrier. He's the father of Io and Cess Keith, who've been to the fore again for this Kelston boys high team. Not really look quite as fluent as they have done on days 1 and 2, but they've certainly done enough to hold a 12-0 lead. They've looked calm, but made a few mistakes behind the forwards. And without doubt, the Millfield boys are looking to play some rugby. The coach is there, John Mallett, former Bath and England. He himself is a former Millfield alumni. And Freddie Gabatas, I am sure he is telling these boys that they are by no means out of this game and that they've got to finish their tackles off. They've really looked to strike from deep. Ben Morrow's been dangerous, as has Evan Morris on the left wing. And they've looked good in the centres. Ernie Jackson and Fitton White have also been good. And Alex Yeebsley has also reigned supreme in the middle of the line out there. He's also a cricketer of some note. So as we can see the Rhino ball there, Rhino, one of the proud sponsors of this Abu Dhabi World Schools Festival. And as both the teams break from their half-time huddles, Kelston 12-0 lead, but they're going to have to serve out about another 2 minutes with only 14 men. Yellow card to Cooper Namutu for a dump tackle about 6 minutes before half-time. And Ben Morrow. So if there is any advantage on this wind, it's coming from slightly behind Millfield in this second half. So, Morrow. High hanging kick to the left. Oh, and a great take there by Evan Morris. Just the start that Millfield needed. Cody Purnell moves the ball. And Ellis James. Just a little step and go. And luckily a runner came onto him, and Purnell drops that rather significant shoulder of his. Donahue out the back, well picked up by Morrow. Oh, and to the outside there, Harry Bunting. And a decent line from Lewis Ricks there, but the referee bring it back, and Ellis James, this live wire, is looking to possibly go quickly, but pops the ball to Ben Morrow, who's going to try and take advantage of this wind and push the ball about 10 metres out from the Kelston boys O'Keefe being thrown up there. And this is a pretty solid drive from Millfield. And Lewis Ricks forces that down, and that is an absolutely dream start to the second half for Millfield. Cut the deficit to 12 points to 5. All started by that great high-hanging kick by Morrow. That was caught by Bristol Academy player Evan Morris, who claims to tackle harder than either Eben Etzebeth or Oxen Nietzsche, and he thinks that he's faster than Usain Bolt.
Let's have this, Duke.
But he certainly got Millfield off to a really good start with that and a decent nudge from Morrow there, but it slides to the right of the uprights. But a really good start for Millfield to the second half. So Parsons is back to halfway. It's kicking out to the left. That's a high hanging kick. Well taken there. Morrow rips the ball out. Evan Morris making some significant yardage as they now rip this ball back in. Oh, great offload there. Harry Bunting there. Ellis James. And the big man, Purnell, has the ball ripped from him. Maddox Bernard there. Millfield come away with that ball somehow. And number 8, Matt Bowler, drops into the contact there, but going off their feet. So Stowers is injured there while we just wait for Stowers to get some attention. The referee now walking over.
Well done, Lewis. Well done. Safety first.
And a decent nudge there from Parsons, using the wind that's coming onto this touchline. So throwing the ball in, Tiano Litoa. O'Keefe rises on a ball taken away there by Bowler Luau. So Kelston driving this ball. Oh, some good hands there. And O'Keefe, and the ball's been left behind. Some real paddock cake being played here. Sam Toko and Tunimana Vainga goes in, good tackle there. Toko on at half back now. Tyson Parsons getting the ball wide, and Cooper Namutu back on the field. Drops the ball back inside to Parsons. And again, that's about the third time now that Kelston have had the line at their mercy and have managed to shell the ball. And I've finally been joined in co-commentary by Mr. Simon Sinclair. How are you, Simon?
Very good, Cookie. Sorry for being late. It's not the first time, but...
No, indeed not.
And how well do the centres link with the Kelston?
Indeed, they do.
They're awesome.
But as I said, Kelston now back to their full complement of 15, and Kupenanutu, having spent that 8 minutes in the bin, made a really good break, got the ball inside to Parsons, but big knock on again. Another big scrummage, and James, I've got to admire this young man, Ellis James. Every time there's a penalty, he's looking to go. And there he is again. So a couple of changes on both sides. Morrow looks like he's looking for this right-hand touch line, and that's a pretty decent drop punt. Oh, and the ball's gone deep. Cody Purnell trying to swim his way through to the ball, but knocked it on. Namutu there, and Toko plays a short ball.
It's a great
Kalani Mulavai gets away, and Tulimano Vainga gets tackled there. And Io Keith just picking up the scraps there. Some desperate defence here from Millfield. And Tulimana Vainga just goes round the edge there, and Io Keith has the ball. Gets it up to Balinai Kasakasa, big man. And now Namutu gets to the outside and just tries to offload it out the back to Fretton. That's about the third ball they've failed to get into the hands of Fretton, and he was devastating on round 1 and 2, but has barely seen the ball in his hands so far today. What do you make of the little you've seen of this so far, Simon?
It's interesting. What I'm seeing at the moment is Millfield are having to commit to every tackle at the moment, and I'm not too sure why Kelston went wide there, because if you look at the Millfield defence, they're really organised. Came up, stayed in a line, and they put the pressure on, and that's where the mistakes come from.
Another good drive
Penalty,
here.
Yeah, they got a penalty.
Another good drive from Millfield. They've been pretty good in the tight phases so far today. As they now rip this ball, they drop it over the top. Tyson Parsons. And Jed Fitton White there. He's come all the way to Abu Dhabi, and apparently his main aim is to not end up on somebody else's highlight reel this week. So Ben Morrow carves off a few metres. And we're 12 points to 5. Kelston hold this 7-point lead 12 minutes into the second half. Oh, and another good take at the line out there. Matt Bowler, the number 8.
Oh.
But an accidental obstruction there. So, Olatoa IE just having a quiet word with his Lucid prop, Balinai Kasakasa there. Probably saying concentrate hard on this one. He's up against this big man, Bath Academy, Wales under 18. Scrummage has gone down. Referee calls for a reset.
Taking so long to reset this, Cookie.
Yeah, these
painful.
scrummages have taken a long while to go down throughout this game. Sam Toko with the feed for Kelston. And that's a solid scrum from Kelston. Good tackle there on Luawa as they look to bring this ball. It looks like the referee's got a high tackle there playing. High tackle there. Looks like this is an interesting call. Millfield have pretty much had the upper hand in the scrummages so far, but that was a solid scrummage last time. So these two props, Balinai Kasakasa and Mulivai, big men. So Io Keith spreads the ball away. Tyson Parsons just ghosting through there. Good clean out by the 10. And again, he's in there doing the grunt work. So they get this ball in field. They're probably about 10 metres shy now.
Just need a bit of composure here.
Good close contact skills here. And again, Tulimano Vainga looking after that, but eventually getting hands on that. Millfield come up with the penalty. And the referee seems pretty insistent on the ball being played from the mark or behind it.
Shows the intent though from Millfield. They're going to look to have a go now, and that's when they're at their best, the Millfield way.
Ellis James has pretty much looked to go quickly on every opportunity, whether it be a free kick or a penalty. They know that the way that they're going to take Kelston on is to play quickly and out of hand.
Line up.
Another good take there from Bowler.
Oi!
And Sam Clark. Tiano Litoa there with a good drive. Sam Clark to Parsons. Tulimana Vainga, and he gets the ball out there to Io Keith, who's ranging in the wide channels there.
It's a forward
Oh,
pass.
Bali Nai Kasa. He made a couple of Bullet King runs and he stepped through the first 2 or 3. Gets the ball to Namutu. And now Sess Keith down this blind side. Sam Clark infield. Some good phase play here. And Tulimana Vainga just stepping out of these tackles, forcing big heavy shoulders to come in on him. Mulavai. And now Maddox Bernard as Clark clears the ball away. And Io Keith gets nailed in the wide channel but lets the ball go. Gets back to his feet. And penalty goes against Millfield there. But really good work there by Jed Fitton-White.
I don't think the Millfield parents like that one. It's interesting they keep going wide, Cookie. I think where they're making ground at the moment is just around the fringes.
Yep, without a doubt. And the referee going to have a word with the Millfield boys. Clearly not happy with something as Millfield look to defend this line. And you can see Zane Carrington and Malou Phelps right behind this line out, looking after some of the social media posts this week. And Io Keith again rises.
Great platform.
Stowers has got this in the boot here. They're about 5 metres out, rolling round to the right hand side, but the ball's come free. Some good defence here. And now big wide pass. Lamana gets through on it.
Oh, that's unlucky. That's unlucky.
And Harry Bunting trying to get to it, but you can't just dive over the top. You've got to remain on your feet. And it's going to be interesting to see whether they go scrummage, run this ball, or pop it into touch, and they've chosen the scrummage. Cody Purnell is relishing this scrummage. The tight head. He's a big man, but he's a young man.
I think he was just asking if they were sure they wanted to do that.
And yeah, there's certainly a lot of hormones coursing through the veins of these young men at the moment. So with just over 10 minutes to go, Kelston holding this 12 points to 5 lead, but they're pushing hard in the red zone here. They've had Millfield under the pump for quite some time. Io Keith just lobs a ball out there. Parsons, Tulimano Vainga. And the pressure put on there, and it forces a forward pass. And that probably all came from the pressure that Io Keith was under at the base there. So Cody Purnell has played 50 minutes of this game so far, and he's been the absolute anchor man at tight head for Millfield. Thank you for those kind words, Dr. Pooh. So Ellis James with the feed. Another solid scrummage from Millfield. And they move this ball and they rip it out to the left. Evan Morris again getting to the outside, a little show and go as he steps in field.
Oh, they're offside there.
Kelston did very well to get behind that one and stay onside. So 7.5 minutes to go. Oh, great ball. Namutu steps in. Sam Clark gets it to Parsons. Some good interplay here from Kelston. They're just keeping the pressure on. Parsons at first receiver. Barley Nye Casa steps through the first, the second and the third tackle there. Tulimana Vainga Stowers intercepted by Evan Morris, who was coming back. So Morris, now Ellis James.
Great decision.
Puts the ball back over the top, and Tulimano Vainga has come all the way back for this, and he rips it infield to Tyson Parsons, who drops it onto the toe, and that's a pretty good kick.
I'll take that.
I think he was looking for the 50-22, but that was a very long arse from there, but a fantastic kick. Just keeping the pressure back on Millfield, Simon.
Yeah, no, that was a great little nudge. You probably would have liked a little bit more, but with the wind, I'd say that was a decent execution.
So, Freddie Beasley. Oh, Cody Purnell picked up the pieces at the tail of the line out there. Millfield have got to go from deep here, but Evans has got sprung free again, keeps his hands free. Heffron, the captain, with a really good carry there. Oh, and a great pick up by Evans and Morrow. And a great ball back up to Morrow, about 2 metres shy of the line here. And the ball into the hands, and Freddie Beasley is now about 1 metre shy. This is the closest, and Cody Purnell just a little bit slow there in ripping that ball. James, this is some really great defence here from Kelston. They've managed to recycle everybody back here. Cody Purnell just trundles to the line. And they've had a go over the top.
Go.
But not rolling away, and the referee's given the penalty. So Millfield as we've said, about 9 minutes to go. Millfield need a 7-pointer and more. A draw will not be good enough for them. Cody Purnell trundles into this. He's down on one knee. So that's the tackle. And now at the base of the post there, Millfield working really hard here. They know that they've got to score over the... And for all money, Kelston, fantastic defence there. I thought at one stage there the ball had hit the line.
Yeah. Something here.
But there's an injury behind the line here. That was a fantastic breakout by Millfield. Evan Morris has been absolutely superb. He made the initial break and then took a really good low ball to keep the move alive, and then Ben Morrow went to within about 3 metres, and some fantastic defence, scragging back as Stowers now throws the ball in, and again he rises. Ayo Keith, he's been so dominant all week here, and Tulimano Vainga doing some of the hard work as Parsons gets the ball into the hands of Morrow, who gets absolutely clattered in the tackle and loses the ball.
This is where they get dangerous.
Tulimano Vainga swings it out to Ayo Keith, bounces off the first man, keeps powering through the second, and he's still going. Another great run from the big man. And it's all hands on deck here. Sam Clark, a really good tackle there. So about 2 minutes to go if the clock is still running. And Millfield need 2 scores if they are to progress to the final. It's been an absolutely phenomenal game of rugby, a real arm wrestle. Both sides have played with some real ambition and constantly tried to move the ball from edge to edge. So Ellis James. Another really good ball out the back there. Ben Morrow ranging wide. Sam Gill. And in at the sides there.
That's good.
And trying to play the ball quickly, and Kelston hanging on. Not their first rodeo. Playing some decent
nudge.
Heads up rugby. I'm sure that they are probably aware that they do only need to draw this game. Barely 30 seconds on the clock now. Oh, and they're picked off there by Kelston. And Fretton has only had defensive duties to do. And the win for Kelston Boys High. And a little bit of emotion at the end there. Cody Purnell is remonstrating with the referee, but that is it. The game is over. And that is a win for Kelston. 12 points to 5 over Millfield. Millfield have absolutely played their part in a great game of schoolboy rugby here. And eventually the tempers cool and handshakes all around. That was an ugly win for Kelston, and you feel that they'll have to play a little bit better than that when they come up against Paul Ruhr's Gymnasium in the final on Saturday. What do you make of it, Simon?
What a game that's going to be, Cookie. Yeah, it's nice to see Kelston haven't really been challenged a huge amount over the last few days. So, yeah,
No.
I think the game on Saturday is going to be an absolute cracker. Well done to Millfield. Always going till the end, try to play rugby, and yeah, look forward to seeing them on Saturday.
Yeah, they played from deep, and if Morrow could have just wriggled a few metres further, and they could have got that game back to 12-all, who knows what would have happened in those last few minutes. But another fantastic day of rugby here at the Abu Dhabi World Schools Festival. Thank you, Simon.
Cookie.
And we'll see you all back here for finals day on Saturday.